papers focusing on health technology and innovation for health service delivery improvement, 3 papers, and one paper on healthcare delivery in emergency setting and healthcare leadership. So I will call upon the presenters to come here and present their papers. So the first one is Mr. Gaddisa Abdisa was replaced by Mr. Biniam Seifu due to unforeseen event. So Mr. Biniam, please come here. The second presenter will be Mr. Abdisa Bruxo. Please come to the podium. The third one, Mr. Gashao Azano. The fourth will be Mr. Idosa Tasfai. Mr. Idosa. So there is some adjustment based on this timetable. We will have only 10 minutes of presentation, and then we will have brief discussions. Please be informed that I will show you that you will have only 1 minute, and then you have to finalize it within 10 minutes. It is already fixed that way. Thank you. Now the time is yours. Mr. Biniam Seifu, have a brief introduction of yourself prior to presenting your papers.
Okay, good morning all. My name is Biniam Seifu and I'm from Ambo University. Today I'm going to present our research on behalf of the team. So our title is Effects of Checklist-Based Debriefing and Online Video-Assisted Debriefing on Neonatal Resuscitation Practice, which is a randomized controlled trial. And the authors are me, myself, Biniam Seifu, and Mr. Zacho Abdisa, Mr. Geto Alamu, and Dr. Reje. The presentation will have the following outlines. To start with, the global rate of neonatal days, about 3.2 million babies died in 2021, and 2 million of them are died over in the first day, and over 90% of neonatal mortalities are in the low and middle income countries. And when you see the distribution, which is very uneven, even when you compare the second most abundant days, which is the Middle East and Africa, which is the first, so it is more than double. When you come to the current data on Ethiopia, the neonatal mortality rate have been showing a decrement over the years, but unfortunately, in 2019, according to the mini DHS, it was increased to 33. So when you come to in our study setting, in West Shore, 35% of neonatal mortality was observed on the first day, and from this, 74.5 was due to asphyxia. Therefore, we need to work on that. Based on this, the International Liaison Committee created a formula for survival of the neonate after resuscitation. So successful resuscitation is based on the medical science, the educational efficacy, and the local implementation. Over the years, the medical science is not that much changed, but one of the effective key intervention, educational intervention for low resourced settings is HBB, or helping babies breathe. But this educational intervention will not, bring the SDG goal, which is to make the neonatal mortality rate to reduce to 12. So this leads to the third intervention area, which is local implementation. On the local implementation, we selected checklists because evidences, especially recent evidences from North America, show that this checklist-based briefing and debriefing has shown important difference in neonatal resuscitation. So briefing and debriefing are essential communication. They are mistake communication, not clinical practice and the like. So briefing is any team communication before conducting or before the practice or the procedure. Debriefing is after conducting the procedure. They will discuss the main issues, what went good, what went bad, and why it's happened. So these discussions, we call them briefing and debriefing. So we hypothesize that does this briefing and debriefing could improve the neonatal outcome. So these are our objectives. As I said before, it is hospital level randomized control trial, and it is conducted in public health facilities in West Shore. And all neonatal resuscitation conducted by birth attendants at that area were selected. When you see the intervention, there are 8 hospitals, and they are categorized randomly into control and intervention. And the control groups are trained the standard training, which is HEBB, and they will be followed after that. On the other hand, the interventions are given both HEBB and also briefing and debriefing training with 1 month of video-assisted debriefing training, and they also will be observed for the study period. And the data was collected by using observational checklist, and it is collected by using the CAPI technology, using SACE Pro, and we apply double blinding in order to reduce biases. There are 2 outcomes. Actually, the primary outcome is task execution, and it can be defined as in terms of team preparation, communication, equipment preparation, neonatal resuscitation practice, and team communication. The second one is neonatal outcomes. The data is cleaned and analyzed using standard version 16, and in order to see the percentage difference among those categories, we use Mann-Whitty test, and level of significance for categorical variables was tested by using chi-square test, and mean difference for continuous variables were tested using independent sample t-test, and all ethical issues are assured. A total of 1,272 deliveries were observed. From them, we only select 400 of them, which neonatal resuscitation was conducted, and each control and intervention groups or hospitals take 200 samples. When you see the first one, so I will try to be fast. So when you see the first one, the communication difference between the intervention and the control. So the team performance, there are briefing has different criteria from them. The first one is, as you can see, the team performance of control groups, and the mean performance is 29.95. On the other hand, the intervention have a better communication. So when we test this, when we see the difference is that significant or by chance, it is strongly significant that the difference is observed. This is also visible on the other studies conducted, especially in North America, because briefing and debriefing training gives them the tools to have a standardized and structured team communication. The second one is equipment preparation. Again, in equipment preparation, actually, the equipment preparation is a part of HBB training, but it's also due to the briefing and debriefing, the interventions have a better performance. Again, when we test this difference, is that due to chance or is a significant difference? As you can see, the p-value shows in the chi-square test, the mean percentage of this difference is significant. Again, it's also in line with the global meta-analysis and the study conducted in US, because it is due to effective team briefing, ensures that everyone knows their task, and ensures the strategy for essential step, and team debriefing further enhance its practice. The third one is neonatal resuscitation practice, which is the most important one. and it has different critical procedures in order to save the life of asphyxiated baby. The first one is successful stimulation. The other one is ventilate by first minute. Again, as you can see, there is a difference, but this is the resuscitation is based on the HBB training, but there is a difference between among intervention and control. The other one is the outcomes. If the resuscitation is failed or not successful in the resuscitation corner on the delivery ward, they will be referred to NICU. So in the control, there are a lot of unsuccessful rather than from the intervention. So there is large number of babies transferred or referred to NICU. And the last one is failed resuscitation. As you can see, 8.5% of the babies on the control group are failed or they are dead. But on the other hand, only 3% of the babies are dead among the intervention group. So again, we tested this difference. For the categorical variables, we use chi-square, and the chi-square test also showed that there is a significant difference. And on the other hand, we tested the 5th minute Apgar score for the neonate after they receive resuscitation, whether there is a change among control and intervention group. Again, it is significant difference. And this is due to this difference can be the cause that debriefing have a potential to close performance gaps, because after every procedure they will discuss what are our gaps and what we should enhance. And due to the debriefing, especially on the online debriefing, we try to assist them. And as a strategy of debriefing, as considered design educational intervention on neonatal resuscitation, as it is evidenced by other similar studies. The last one is communication after conducting the procedure, and it shows significant difference. As you can see, it is visible differences among intervention and controls. Okay. So again, this test is significant. I'm being a little bit fast, so during the discussion we will focus on the others. So policy implication is that briefing and debriefing can boost the birth attendant team communication before and after delivery and neonatal resuscitation. It also improves, it shows improvement on equipment preparation, neonatal resuscitation practice like timely ventilation, especially this is very important, the golden minute. And the other one is finally due to the change in task execution, the neonatal survival rate is improved. And this briefing and debriefing is a very cost-effective intervention along with HBB. It can help to improve the quality of service delivery and improve neonatal outcome. As a recommendation, briefing and debriefing has a huge potential and it can be scaled up for any other clinical practices. Therefore, mandatory implementation of team briefing and debriefing in life-saving procedures is crucial. And to get the maximum effect of briefing and debriefing, we need to contextualize and standardize these trainings. So these are our references, and we'd like to thank the Ladrar Foundation from Norway for giving us the fund for this research, and we also thank everybody else listed here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Binyam. You will have your own questions and anything you want to be clarified and that you will present during the discussion time. The next will be Mr. Abdisa Brookso. Please briefly introduce yourself prior to starting the presentation. And again, we will have only 10 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Fikadu. Dr. Fikadu was my previous student, and also other students are around. I hope other my previous students. Thank you very much for being moderated by you. And I am Abdisa from Juma University. I'm an assistant professor of medical parasitology, and as well I'm a PhD candidate. Okay. So, ምናልባት ሌሎቻችሁ የምታውቁኝ በኢትዮጵያን ሶሳይቲ ፎር ፓራሳይቶሎጂስትስ በሚል ቴሌግራም ፔጅ ልታውቁኝ ትችላላችሁ። So, I invite you all to join that telegram, and here is my presentation today, and I'm going to tell you about what asymptomatic malaria is and the diagnostic performance of the new generation rapid diagnostic test for Plasmodium falciparum HRP2 gene deletion, HRP2 testing. So here are my co-authors of this work, and this work is actually the part of the bigger project, which is in peer review. When I start with introduction, malaria is just which ruled mankind for half a million years, and it may have killed half the people who ever have lived on this planet. And as you may know, in 1955, the first global malaria eradication program was started, and which has already bounced back in 1969, unsuccessful because of loss of problems. Still, malaria is the top public health problem. For example, in 2022, the World Health Organization reported that Africa comprises of 95% of the malaria cases, and also 96% of the malaria diseases in 2022. When we come to Ethiopia, Ethiopia takes part 1.7% of the Africa and 1.5% of the disease in Africa, in Ethiopia. This is the recent report from WHO. When we see malaria in different forms, malaria takes different forms in general: complicated malaria, uncomplicated malaria, asymptomatic malaria, and some microscopic malaria when we classify generally. So our point is asymptomatic malaria. When you go down, most population are carrying asymptomatic malaria infection. It's not a disease. It is a chronic infection. And complicated malaria or civil malaria is just the tip of the iceberg, that people who are suffering from the symptoms can only come to the health institute. So those people who are either asymptomatic or submicroscopic, basically I intentionally brought here submicroscopic malaria is the subtype of asymptomatic malaria. These people are unavailable to the health system. They don't come to the health facility for treatment. So they are reservoirs of infection, and they can transmit the disease. They show no sign symptom about malaria. So that is why asymptomatic malaria roadblocks the malaria elimination program. When we see the challenges I said before, asymptomatic malaria is one of the challenges for malaria elimination, and limit of detection of the conventional malaria diagnostic tools like microscopy and the urinary DT we are using, and lack of effective policy in addressing asymptomatic population, especially school-age children in Ethiopia, for example. We don't have a policy to treat, and we don't have policy to address such huge population. This is the rationale when we see about the new generation malaria rapid diagnostics, which is only done by our colleagues, our group. It is a new product by Abbott Diagnostic Inc., and it detects only Plasmodium falciparum HRP2, and it is tested in febrile individuals. It has never been conducted for its performance among febrile individuals, asymptomatic individuals, and we do have knowledge gap. The knowledge gap is the knowledge about the asymptomatic malaria, and there is also ignorance of school children in malaria research in general. School children are least benefited from malaria intervention, and they are about 40% of the Ethiopian population, so that they are the reservoir of malaria infections. They can transmit the disease to the ongoing infection. So this is the purpose of the study. Evaluation of the diagnostic performance of highly sensitive rapid diagnostic tests for the detection of Plasmodium falciparum in school children. These are the objectives. So let me skip it. Also, this is the materials and the methods. So I invite the audience to see the abstract about the details. These details, I have to skip it. And here are the data management system we used during our data analysis, before data analysis. I have to skip it because of the time. And these are the methods we used in field. The first one is, sorry. Yeah. This is the routine heredity we are using in Ethiopia, which is the standard diagnostic, which detects Plasmodium falciparum as well as Plasmodium vivax. This one is the eliminate malaria Plasmodium falciparum, is the new heredity we used, employed in field, and microscopy. And then we went for the PCR. These are the diagnostic characteristics of the new heredity we used. As you know, these are just, we will come to this one in the result part. When we see our results, 52% of our 80 participants are boys, and 47%, about 47, are girls. So when we see the prevalence, as you can see from this slide, from 994 school children included in the study, the new heredity and the routine heredity detected similar detection rates, 22 out of 994. And microscopy detected 1.5 only, which means 15 out of 994, and the PCR detected 4.5 or 45 out of 994. Just I let you know that asymptomatic malaria is a rare disease. It is not like that of febrile diseases, and the parastemia is very low, so that this shows that how low circulating parasites are there in these individuals. This slide shows us more boys are infected than girls. And you see, previously I have told you that both heredities, the detection rates are the same, similar, 22, both of them. But on observation at the field, they are different. They are different. For example, this is the new heredity we used, and the band is visible. And here is the old heredity, which it was difficult to read, really, the positivity of the bands. Again, it is the same here. The band is visible for the new heredity, and for the old heredity, it was almost invisible, and almost on all of our cases, we encountered such observations, meaning that it shows us the HRP2 in the circulation can be a very low concentration, so that the new heredity can detect it perfectly. And as the concentration of this HRP2 in the circulation goes down, the old heredity may miss it, and or it can be due to gene deletions that might have compromised the true comparison of the test. So this is the sensitivity and the specificity, positive predictive value, negative predictive value, and the kappa value of the comparison between the heredities, all similar, as you can see. And here is, again, when we compare just these heredities with microscope. These heredity with microscope, they are better in performing than the microscope when qPCR is a reference. Is it just, I want your attention here. This is the Venn diagram, the positivity interaction of the diagnostic tools. And you can see here 15 is what the microscopy detected. And the new heredity and both the old heredity detected 7 more than the microscopy, meaning that this is added value than the gold standard, the added value. When we see this one is, it is only detected by qPCR, meaning that this type, just this microscopy 15, and here 7 plus 23 is 30, meaning that about 60% of the cases are went undiagnosed, and these are just the malaria will be ongoing infection, and that's the implication for the policy implication. Just we do have other projects showing similar results. Right. So, as a policy recommendation, I drag you all to the last point. School children are serving as a potential reservoirs of malaria. Just I coupled this result with our previous work. If the malaria elimination program is a serious agenda, we recommend the inclusion of schools and school children in the malaria intervention for target in the malaria control package for target intervention, as well as the use of the robust and highly sensitive diagnosis tool for malaria elimination. Thank you very much. I have done it. Sorry. Yeah. Jimma University, who just I've been raised up at Jimma University, academically and physically, my teacher, Professor Zalake attests that issue. Dad, who sponsored me for in-country doctoral program about diagnostics in Jimma Health Bureau, almost they covered my material. And Professor Linsau, who really, my academic father, just who pulled me to this level, Dr. Lamu Golasa and Professor Zaudia, if around, thank you very much. My students, you are the audience, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Abdisa, for presenting on one of the important public health issue, malaria. So the third presenter will be Mr. Iddo Satisfy. Please also briefly introduce yourself and use the 10 minutes time effectively.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Qo'annoo Marsaa. I'm from Wallagga University. I'm lecturer of health policy and management. So I'm going to present the research finding entitled with technical efficiency and determinants in health service delivery of public health center in East Wallagga Zone, Oromiyaa regional states, using a two-stage data envelope analysis. My presentation outline starts with introduction and ends with acknowledgement. So most of the time we worry about the scarcity of the resource in health system, but we are not sure how much we are efficient in utilization as well as in allocation of the resource in our health system. So when I come to my presentation, when we say the healthy facility, just my focus is not about the healthy system, it is about the entity, that is the healthy facility. So to say the healthy facility is efficient, we have to consider two things. The input is that are every resources we used, as well as the output is the health services we provided. So just the concept of efficiency is minimizing input is necessary to achieve a given output is, as well as or maximizing the output is using a given set of output. So the minimal level of resource required for unit of output is known as technical efficiency. Just if we use a minimum resource to maximize our output or health service or health care, so we can consider the facilities as efficient, as well as when more resources are consumed and they are necessary to produce some level of outputs, they may be considered as a wastage, or that is what we call inefficiency. So progress toward universal health coverage will require not only money for health, but also we have to value the resources that are used as input. According to WHO report of 2015, 2040, all resources used for health care are considered as wastage, so they are inefficient. So the health care financing strategy placed a strong emphasis on more effective resource allocation and utilization. So when we talk about the efficiency of the healthy facility, we have to consider 2 points. The resource allocation, are we efficient in allocation of the resource, as well as are we efficient in utilization of the resource? So here the main focus of this study is about the utilization of the resource. Ethiopia's health system is one of the lowest ranked country for efficiency. That means out of 91 countries, it is about 169. Just most of the healthy facility, just it is possible to say the healthy system of the country may be inefficiency according to this report. Despite efficient resource allocation utilization are the main focus area of the healthcare reform, is efficiency analysis of Ethiopian primary healthcare is very limited. So, the study aimed to evaluate the technical efficiency and its determinants in health service delivery and public health facility that are found in East Wallagga. So the study area was East Wallagga Zone, and the data was collected from April 1 to 30, 2023. So the data was retrospectively collected from the 2014 Ethiopian calendar physical year. And the study design used was an institutional-based cross-sectional study. And regarding the study healthcare facility, we selected 34 health facility out of 67 health facility found in the zone. And we have different variables. The first one is input variables. That here, the input variable are the resources that are used as input. Just we categorize them as financial resources as well as human resources. And the financial resources that here it includes salary, incentives, and other expenditure, as well as the human resources, all administrative staff, clinical staff, as well as every staff that were involved in provision of the health services in the facility. Again, the output variables that were used for this particular study, ANC visits, 4 ANC visits, deliveries, postnatal care, just that were measured in number, and they were taken from the report of 2014 Ethiopian fiscal year report. And for the purpose of this particular study, we categorize our variables into dependent variable and the independent variable. The dependent variable is the overall technical efficiency score of the health center, whereas the independent variable are the locations, accessibility of the facility to the transportation, support from different NGOs, conflict incidents of the catchment population of the healthy facility, adequate electricity, and so on. Again, regarding the analysis, just we used Stata 14, version 14, and every descriptive status were computed, and the health centers with efficiency score, that is about the score of technical efficiency. When it is 1, it is considered that facility is efficient, that is technically efficient. And to say inefficient health facility, just when the technical efficiency score of the health facility is between 0 and 1, that means less than 1. So we used 2 stages. The first one is to determine the technical efficiency score, whether it is overall technical efficiency, pure technical efficiency, or scale efficiency. We used data envelope analysis. In this case, every health centers were considered as decision-making units. So because they were the units that decided on their resource utilization. Again, in the second stage here, we used Tobit regression in order to identify some determinants of the efficiency of healthy facilities. Again, overall, the technical efficiency was estimated between 0.47, just using this 95 confidence interval. That means about 47%. So 3 of health centers, that means 3 out of search for healthy facility, they were technically efficient. They were technically efficient. And whereas the score of scale inefficient, that were about 31 healthy facility, it ranges between these. For these decision-making units, I mean that healthy facilities, just the score of technical efficiency was about 0.54. That means about 46% were the wastage of resources. So on average, this health care were able to reduce 46% of resource while maintaining the same amount of outputs. In this case, I mean output means the health service. So when we compare these study findings with other study findings, the technical efficiency level of this study facility were lower than that of many different countries. That means the inefficiency level was higher. For example, if we take some studies from Ghana, about 65% of the healthy facility were inefficient. In Sierra Leone, about 59% healthy facility were inefficient, whereas in Kenya, about 56% were inefficient. And when we came to our country, even somewhere or some part of the country, for example, the study conducted in Jimma shows that 50% of the healthy facility were efficient. So here, just when I come to the pure technical efficiency, this is the concept of just, we mean that here about the efficiency of the managerial activity to combine these available resources to produce certain outputs, or that is health services. That the average score was about 0.77. Again, regarding the return to scale, just about 2.94% of the health facility were decreasing return to scale. That means they were converting every input is that are resources, okay, to outputs, and about 8.2% were increasing return to scale. With existing resource, they could able to improve their outputs. So here, the overall, just regarding the determinants of the technical efficiency, just urban area of the health facilities that were found in urban area were less efficient compared to those rural area. Again, similar study conducted in some part of the world. For example, in Europe, rural health facilities were found to be best performer compared to the urban one. Again, similar study has been studies have been conducted in China. So only out of 10 healthy facilities was efficient. That implies 90% of them were inefficient in this study area. So the average pure technical efficiency was about 70%. That means here managerial performance to organize inputs that exhibits about 33% of failure in managerial performance in order to organize the available resources to provide health services in this context. So just okay. Okay, sorry. Let me come to my recommendation. So as you have seen from my presentation, only 1 out of health center was technically efficient in healthcare delivery in this study area. The majority of the health center could reduce their inputs nearly by half while maintaining the same number of health service provision, or they can reduce the resources if they decide to continue this amount of health services. Again, the location and the armed conflicts that of the health center catchment population significantly declined technical efficiency score of the healthy facility, whereas the in-service training significantly increased the efficiency of the healthy facility. Therefore, if the government and the health sector ensure the security issue, facilitate in-service training opportunity, as well as take into account the rural and urban location of health center when allocating resource to improve the health care delivery, more than 90% of this health facility can improve the technical efficiency by half. Thank you. This is all my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Idosa, again for presenting on one of the most important behavior of the health system in our country. We always complain of its lack of efficiency, and the data is also proving that we don't only lack the resource, but also we lack the technical capacity to use it efficiently. So last but not least, we will have a presentation with Mr. Gashau Azano on so you will also briefly introduce yourself and use the time efficiently.
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning all. My name is Gashau Azano from Debre Marcos University. I am a lecturer of medical parasitology. Now I am going to present my work entitled Assessment of Leishmania Species by DNA sequencing and PCR from cutaneous leishmaniasis patients in Ethiopia. Here is an outline. As an introduction, leishmaniasis is a disease caused by the parasite leishmania, which is an obligate intracellular parasite, and this leishmania parasite can cause for different clinical manifestations, and it is more prevalent in Ethiopia. This cutaneous leishmaniasis is found in 92 countries worldwide, and it affects 12 million populations, and about 350 million people are at risk of CL. In our country, CL affects about 50,000 people annually. Ethiopian cutaneous leishmaniasis lesions are mostly occur on the face, which is the most exposed body part, which leads the infected persons emotionally disturbed, and they feel disgrace and segregate from the population. And there are about 20 species of leishmania that cause leishmaniasis, and different species of leishmania may cause different clinical presentation, severity, and healing duration. And the severe one is difficult for the treatment. And the prevalent leishmania species to cause CL in Ethiopia is Leishmania ethiopica, and also some Leishmania tropica is reported around Awash Matahara from cutaneous leishmaniasis patient, and Leishmania tropica, Leishmania major are also found in the vector sandfly and the reservoirs. Our objective was to identify the leishmania species to cause cutaneous leishmaniasis and to present the distribution in the country. We collected the samples from University of Gondar Leishmania Research and Treatment Center, Boromeda Hospital, Amhara Public Health Institute, Ethiopian Public Health Institute, and around Arba Minj. And this was done from May 2021 to August 2022. We used all the stored, our population was all stored CL samples that are collected from May 2019. And we collected 226 samples conveniently based on our resource and availability of the samples. And we extract the samples by using an automated Maxwell extraction kit, and we go through amplification. We amplify the heat shock protein 7 ITS1 internal transcribed spacer 1 and heat shock protein gene. We amplify this ITS1 gene by using ITS219 forward and reverse primers, and go through high resolution melting analysis after the amplification of ITS1 gene to identify the species based on their melting temperature. And then we amplify the heat shock protein 70 gene with 3 different fragments, a fragment N and the fragments of heat shock protein 70 gene. Then after the amplification, we go through gel electrophoresis, and we send the amplicon to Netherlands for basically a company for amplicon sequencing. Here is the presentation of the ITS1 gene high resolution melting analysis PCR result. Here you see the here you see is the standard or the control of Leishmania aethiopica species, and here our study samples which have similar melting temperature. So we typed this as Leishmania aethiopica, and here is a Leishmania donovani control or reference samples, and here is our study samples which have similar melting temperature with L. donovani control, so we typed it as Leishmania donovani. And here is the presentation of heat shock protein gene 70, heat shock protein 70 gene amplicant sequencing dendrogram result. And here it presented as black square dots are our samples, and the others are the reference samples. So as you see, most of the samples are typed as Leishmania aethiopica, and here is Leishmania donovani. This result is the mapped as a F fragment, and this is done with N fragment. And here is a Leishmania donovani sample, and here is also a Leishmania donovani sample. So to generalize our result, out of 226 samples, HRM PCR only 170 was positive by using HRM PCR, and out of them we can get a clear melting temperature for 106 samples. The rest, even if they are positive, we can't get a high peak to identify the species. Out of this, about 3.7% or 4 was Leishmania donovani. This was the result from cutaneous leishmaniasis patients. And the rest was Leishmania aethiopica, and one was unsure. And with out of this, we select 29 samples, and we go heat shock protein 70 sequencing, and we get we confirmed they are Leishmania aethiopica. And out of these 4, 2 were not amplified, and we confirmed the rest as Leishmania donovani. Here the interesting thing is Leishmania donovani is a causative agent for visceral leishmaniasis, but here we identified it from the cutaneous leishmaniasis patients. And here is the distribution of the species in the country. Here you see the blue triangle, Leishmania donovani, all are from Amara region, and all the rest distributed in the country are Leishmania aethiopica. So based on this result, we recommend to investigate where, how, and in which extent L. donovani induced transmission takes place, and whether the current available drug treats this L. donovani induced CL, and we have to assess the difference between CL causing L. donovani and VL causing L. donovani. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Gashao. You used your time very efficiently. So now the floor will be open for you, the participant, to raise questions directly targeting each of the presenters. Please be specific and have one question for each, and I will allow only 2 minutes for questions and see the time if the time allows us, and maybe shorten it if the time is if we are running out of the time. So let's start from this side, and I'll give you a number and you will use that number to address your questions. 1. Okay, this line. From this line. Yes. Okay, this line. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Be specific, targeting your question to each of the presenters.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation. I'm from Dammaqaa Jabeessaa from Naqamte Public Health Research Public Health Institute. I have one question for Mr. Gizacho. Good communication has been shown, positive association for the neonatal outcome. So have you considered the language barrier? Because in healthy service delivery, the language barrier is one of the important factor between the service provider and the service receiver. The second question is for Mr. Abdisa. It is very interesting finding. We have seen species dominance from PF to PV. Have you considered that issue? Because currently the number of PF is increasing. So the diagnostic platform is specifically when we use the microscope, we can differentiate them. Our PCR is very important. So have you considered that one? And the second one for Mr. Abdisa, can we use PCR or the second option rather than the previous RDT as a whole, because is that visible for malaria elimination?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Daraje from Wagga University. Thank you all for your nice presentation. I do have one question to the first presenter, Binia. When I read to your abstract, your study is about pre and post tests, and you showed that the statistical analysis was conducted by t-test, and you showed the p-value and interpreted it. And lastly, you recommended for policy brief that briefing and debriefing are very important to improve the outcomes. I wonder whether you have tested at different time, because some of your outcomes may involve behavioral changes as well, and it may need a consistent evaluation. So having a pre and a post tests may not give you the power to conclude for the level of evidence that your intervention brought better outcome. So in relation to that, did you see the difference between the intervention and control in respect to effect size? So my direct question is that how much you are competent enough to recommend the intervention for policy change and implications. Okay, thank you very much.
Number 3. Okay. Thank you. Very interesting presentations from our presenters, and congratulations for that. So saying this for the first presenter, yeah, it's interesting to look at such locally or easily implementable alternative intervention activities. So how much are you confident enough in terms of cost effectiveness when we recommend such kind of modality? So do you think that the current ongoing practice in terms of competence, in terms of other needed resource would accommodate this intervention modality? To the presenter who presented about technical efficiency, I think that's something we have to be very much conscious about it, and you have shown us most of the health centers are not technically efficient. Yes. So if you are given any chance to do a kind of intervention, yes, or corrective actions, what feasible intervention, alternative interventions are you suggesting as it stands now? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the chance. Thank you all the presenters for nice presentation. I have a couple of questions for the last two presenters. To start with the last presenter, you said your patients are all selected from those who have cutaneous leishmaniasis, right? But in your test, you have found significant number of patients actually had Leishmania donovan, which is a cause for visceral leishmaniasis. So did you try to look into the cutaneous lesion, whether it is a primary caused by L. ethiopica or post-Calazar or post-L. donovan cutaneous manifestations, which are common even in absence of any species that causes cutaneous leishmaniasis? Otherwise, you should come up with explanation whether it is a concomitant infection between, with L. ethiopica and L. donovani, or L. ethiopica being responsible for, visceral manifestation as well. Thank you. The other is for Abdissa. You said the percentage of, kids in a school with positive malaria, be it, the new RDT or the conventional one or microscope, is very low. So how efficient do you think this programmatically to target those very low percentage to, make effective malaria elimination? The second question is, what are you recommending, whether, gene deletion has been an issue with these rapid tests? So are you recommending more high sensitive RDTs or microscope over those? Because if you have gene deletion, after all, having more, high sensitive might not help. And actually, people are reverting in clinical setup to microscope, which is still a gold standard diagnostic test. The last is, have you tried to look at the, the positive slides, whether they are just ring states or gametocytes? After, patient might have been already and might be infectious, but might not be symptomatic. So just positive RDT might not be patient is having active infection. Thank you very much.
Thank you all the presenter for your nice presentation. And I directly go to my question to Mr. Abdisa. Why you select school children? What makes them special population from the other population segments? Do you have some scientific background, or what was the reason behind? And my second question goes to Mr. Idosa. In your policy implication, you mentioned as armed conflict is one determinant factor for technical efficiency. And you mentioned as policy implication, ensuring armed conflicts will improve the technical efficiency of health facility. Where we are setting a policy implication, it should be visible for the sector by itself. Is it ensuring security issue is beyond the capacity of health sector? So is it visible for policy implication ensuring security issue? Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. It was a great presentation and a good session so far. My name is Gurmai. I'm a health economist. I belong to the FNOT project from the Harvard team. So, as an health economist, of course, I'm interested in the efficiency study. So my question goes, the question and also suggestion goes to Idosa. I think the issue of efficiency, first of all, your paper reflects what has been known in the literature so far. So I'm not quite surprised with the level of inefficiency that you found. But I'm really worried that the health system is not raging, literally, that your study and similar studies that were conducted in this country shows about half of the resources, at least 40% of the resources are being wasted. And we talk about lack of resources across the health system. And we're not doing anything about it. And so I'm not going to repeat the questions that were asked by Dr. Yadata or Davasa. So your critical recommendation for the health system regarding what to do about it, I think is important. I'm sorry if I missed your slide, but you mentioned that you also did a 2-bit regression. I haven't seen the results. And I'll be interested to know about that. Of course, besides the conflict causing inefficiency. But even in non-conflict areas, our findings are similar. So I doubt if the conflict is the main driver, but there might be other factors. So the question really is, what needs to happen, especially if you have looked at the literature from the supply side? Should we reduce the number of inputs? What kind of inputs should be reduced in a conflict area? Should we focus on demand creation or outreach services? Is that possible in a conflict area like Ulaga? So those are the questions, I think, the critical thinking that is required to lead or guide the health system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. So we just follow the sequence of your presentations, and I will give you 3 minutes for each one of you to respond to the questions raised. So let's start with the...
Okay, thank you very much. All the question from the audience. Let's start by clearing, some of the procedures we have taken. As I said before, there are 3 components to be effectively save the life of neonate who is asphyxiated. These components are the medical science, the educational effectiveness, and the local implementation. So over the years, the medical science has not changed a lot in regarding of resuscitation. The other one is educational effectiveness. Over the past 10 years, helping baby breathe was one of the strategy and one of the most effective in educational for neonatal resuscitation, especially for low resource areas. So what we use that is we take that HBB to provide the training for all birth attendants in those selected 8 health facilities. Then in the local implementation, we were trying to be, observant and, critical about what are the gaps and what can we do within, in cost-effective manner. So, based on the studies, especially the recent studies conducted in North America, communication is one of the key gaps rather than the knowledge and the skill. The health professionals may have the skill and the knowledge, since neonatal resuscitation is very time sensitive, and it depends on the teamwork, effective teamwork of the birth attendants, especially birth asphyxia. As I said it before, the golden minute is 1 minute. So for the baby who's asphyxiated, we need to start ventilation within the first minute. So in order to do that, everything needs to be ready. Every birth attendant or the team in that shift need to know what are their roles. So for that, communication is the most important thing. This communication is also used in other sectors. For example, aviation, the errors, those sectors with the errors need to be zero or near to zero, because once the error occurred, the damage is very vital. So this briefing and debriefing are taken from those sectors and adopted into medical science. The study in UK also try to come up to adapt the briefing and debriefing techniques into birth attendants or delivery room. So we took that model and we trained the intervention group for 2 days. This training was developed by instructional design experts, and they are given by those experts. So this is just a 2-day training which focused on how to brief. Briefing, as I said, it is a communication, a structured communication before conducting a procedure. So every shift or every team member on that shift will have a structured communication. For example, the first one is who is present today. So they will identify that. So who is going to prepare the equipment?
I will interrupt you, Biniam. Sorry. It's good that you addressed the communication part. Please respond to the question about the statistics issue, pre-test, post-test you used, and how confident you are about claiming this intervention is cost-effective. Yeah. Just 1 minute.
Okay. So in the abstract, as you can see, it is very large report, but for this sake of presentation, due to this shortage of time, we only took the briefing and debriefing. So we tested pre-test and post-test, not briefing, rather for HBB, okay, as indicated in the abstract. For the briefing and debriefing, there is a 4-month observational study conducted. So we follow them for 4 months to see the changes. So the effect sizes, we hypothesize that by improving the communication, we can improve the birth attendant task execution by 20%. So as you can see from the result, it's more than 25% change is observed. So the other question is that how effective or cost effective it is. It is very cost effective. It's just a 2-day training, and once this training material is prepared, it can be applied to any procedures. It can be applied to surgical procedures. It can be applied for any other procedures. So it is very cost effective. Regarding the effect size, I think I raised that 1 minute. Sorry. So the other question is about the language barrier. Actually, the training is focused on the communication between health professionals, not health professionals with mothers and the like. So thank you.
Thank you. Please use only 3 minutes. Be efficient in using time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fikadu. Really, thank you all for your nice questions. All are very important. From the first one, I hope it is about Plasmodium vivax and Plasmodium falciparum. Plasmodium falciparum is increasing, yeah? It is increasing. Plasmodium falciparum, the incidence of Plasmodium falciparum is increasing. Yeah, it is true. If we see the biology of these parasites, Plasmodium falciparum infects all kinds of cells of red blood cells, whether they are young or old. When we see about the biology of Plasmodium vivax, it so that in the circulation, it is safe to say that Plasmodium vivax is asymptomatic. If and only if in some areas where there is high sporadic or just high infection. Yes, both RADTs detected at the same rate, and we recommended in our finding, you can access our work on malaria journal, it has already been published. It can be used in Ethiopia. We saw the causes are the same, and it is WHO pre-qualified. The RADT, it is, we are the first to conduct such asymptomatic evaluation in Ethiopia. So it is possible to import and use RADT in areas of high Plasmodium falciparum prevalence. That is so. I don't know whether I respond to your question or not. My brother asked me about gene deletion. Yeah, gene deletion is a problem. Yeah, Plasmodium falciparum. It is a protein. Some RADTs captures this histidine-rich protein too, so that in areas where gene deletions are highly prevalent, this RADT became negative. Negative result will be just so that malaria transmission will be ongoing. I don't recommend further research into gene deletion. We know already gene deletion is prevalent in Ethiopia. Unless and otherwise, we are going to map the gene deletion in Ethiopia. We do have on market alternative RADTs than using gene HRP2 capturing RADTs or molecular tool, which is very expensive. We can't afford. So here, stakeholders are around from Oromia Health Bureau. We can use alternative RADTs instead of. We can use, for example, PLDH. Plasmodium falciparum, PLDH capturing RADTs are there on market. Rather than going research into gene deletion, which is already known, and than worrying about very expensive molecular tools.
Sorry, Mr. Abdisa. The question was about have you looked at the microscopic slides of those positive, or for those positive, whether it is at ring stage or gametocyte stage? And please focus on the program, whether this is programmatically efficient, because the finding is very low among the school children, and why you focused on the school children. Please.
Thank you, Doctor. Just I'm coming to the point. We have another project which is in peer review. What my colleague has asked me is on that paper. Yes, we looked into the sexual and asexual stages of these parasites. From 15 students, about 12 carrying gametocytes, meaning that the parasite is already in transmission mode, while students or these kids don't show signs and symptoms. I hope that's the best one of my answer. So that for eliminate malaria, including school children and the schools are very important. You see from how China eliminated malaria from its country, if we follow those all steps, unless and otherwise we include these asymptomatic and highly sensitive diagnostic tools, it it seems that, it appears that it is impossible to eliminate malaria. School children, why you selected? Very important question, really. Thank you very much for that. You see, I'm PhD student, and my country already can allocate me 60,000 Ethiopian. Also, school children are just a proportion of population in Ethiopia which are highly overlooked. And repeated infection in this community or population help the parasite to manage itself in the way that it cannot cause symptoms, so that they serve as a reservoir of infection for ongoing transmission.
Okay. Thank you, Abdisa.
One very important thing is school children have also...
We are done with the time.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Those I use the same 3 minutes
Okay.
to efficiently address, and then I will have a follow-up
Okay.
if you don't address it.
First of all, I would like to thank for your paying attention for my presentation and raising some questions and comments. The first question is regarding, if you get the chance, what type of intervention will you do? The feasible one. So in this study, we try to determine the level of efficiency as well as to identify some factors or determinants. So, for example, if we take in-service training is one of the determinants of inefficiency or efficiency of the healthy facility. So, in service, the provision of or creating the opportunity of training for healthy care provider is one of the intervention methods that can be feasible. For example, if we take healthy care provider, most of the training provided to them is about the clinical services. They are not familiar about the health system. So just for every health care provider, it is better if we, or if any concerned body provide about the health system training regarding the current health care reforms. So I think it will be more feasible if it is done. The other one is when we allocate the resource for healthcare facilities, we have to consider the urban and the rural. Most of the time, our focus in urban areas are more populated than the rural areas. But most of the time, the urban people may have many options to visit healthy facilities, like private healthy facilities. So most of the rural areas, there are no such chances. So we have to consider the allocation of resources, not only about the utilization. Again, the second question regarding about policy implication, yeah, it is beyond the health sector about securing our the conflict issue. Just in our recommendation, we have forwarded our recommendation for the government. Even if it is a beyond of the health sector, we are responsible body about the healthy care system to improve our population healthy. So we are the first stakeholder to improve the health of the population, and we have to work, we have to communicate with every responsible body as healthcare professional, wherever we are. That is my message. The other one is the last question regarding about, yeah, there are many studies. So it varies from place to place, since there are many factors or determinants that can affect the efficiency of the healthy facilities. Yeah, I think it is better if every country or every facility evaluates the efficiency of their facilities. For example, not only about allocating resources, just we have to evaluate the efficiency of our facility, even though we have the scarcity of resource. Again, as it has been raised, not only about the conflict, there are many factors that can affect the efficiency of healthy facilities. So we suggest, based on our finding, it could be one of the factor, not only the one. This could be one of the factor that can affect the efficiency of healthy facilities. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We collect the samples from CL patients and we have got for L. Donovani from CL samples. I think your question is, are these cases real CL or it might be PKDL? Yeah. After we confirmed the result, we assessed the patient's chart. Actually, out of 4, 2 were from VL endemic areas and 2 were from highlands. And we assessed for patient charts and we didn't get any history of visceral leishmaniasis and they have not any signs and symptoms of VL. Yeah, they have no sign and symptoms of VL, even they are from VL endemic areas. So we conclude that it is a CL case, not PKDL. If I answer this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, all the presenters. I think we have all addressed some of the questions I was also taking were addressed by your the audience's questions, and
Thank you, moderator. I think thank you, moderator and the organizers. I would like to bring to your attention about the gene deletion issue, just for the benefit of the audience and our common understanding. Currently, the malaria RDT that is supposed to be used at community level, especially health posts, the gene deletion is varying in the country. So from the northern to the southern part of the country, the prevalence is reducing, and the highest prevalence of the gene deletion is located in areas bordering Eritrea and Sudan. So especially Tigray and Amara region, the prevalence is very high. So currently there are certain districts where the non-HRP2 RDT is piloted, and the coming 3 years as phase-based approach, we are going to replace the current RDT. So this is for our common understanding. As already mentioned by our senior researchers and physicians, this clinical treatment is one of the challenges, because the clinicians are in problem because the RDT is facing the gene deletion, microscopy is not detecting the low parasite. So we are not understanding why clinicians are using this empirical treatment sometimes. So I think there are some out of context use of clinical approach, maybe related to supply or other reasons, but this is the time where we are facing a serious challenge in terms of diagnostics. So I think this is one of the issues. As already Abdisa mentioned, we are not going to do any survey because the policy brief that presented to Ministry of Health is just a recommendation to shift to the next RDT. Thank you very much.
Thank you. we want such kind of also practical explanations, as this is not purely academic research conference. So thank you all the presenters. Please thank them. So I think to summarize the presentation, these are very relevant research findings that can be extracted and used to improve the service delivery, the quality of service delivery. As you saw, 4 of them are clinical related papers, and I appreciate if the first research was about what was the intention. Is it validation of the previous evidence-based practice? That debriefing is already, there is evidence that debriefing can improve the outcome. So it would have been better to validate it in our specific situation and know the determinants of our specific situation and then make it more usable. And also the content of the debriefing is very important to replicate in some other areas and have a similar finding. The second is about RDT. I think the difference between the two, as per the presentation, is the quality of detecting it. Quality of ease for the healthcare provider to detect positive findings. One is very clear, the band is clear, the other are blurred, but there is no difference between the two. And the good thing is still improving the working situation for the health professionals to detect is important, and if the cost is comparable with the existing RDT, it is can be used in Ethiopia. The efficiency issue is very important. Such kind of conferences, one of the outcome to be extracted and utilized in the healthcare system is these kind of papers are very important. For only 47% efficiency, and I want to see another to include in the recommendation twinning of the health facilities, because there are some facilities that are 100% efficient and there are facilities that are really not efficient. So twinning between the low efficient and high efficient facilities might improve the efficiency of the others, and maybe benchmarking the why those are very efficient. The already discussed about Leishmania, so I hope the note takers will extract those all recommendations and outputs of the discussion. Thank you all. So now we will leave for tea break, and please return back after 15 minutes. Daqiiqaa 15 qofa fayyadamaati asumatti deebi'a panel discussionii babbareedaa jira waan kana isinii dabarsaniiru sa'a boodas gara manaa deemuun hin danda'amu jedhameera.
Tole galatoomada yeroo
ogeessi fayyaa kun daa'imman jaalatu qaba, maatii jaalatu qaba, mana isaa kan jaalatu qaba. Sa'aa 24 dhaabbata fayyaa keessatti hawaasa isaa tajaajilaa jira. ogeessi fayyaa kun daa'imman jaalatu qaba. Maatii jaalatu qaba. Mana isaa kan jaalatu qaba. Sa'aa 24 dhaabbata fayyaa keessatti hawaasa isaa tajaajilaa jira.
Hello.
Hello. Obse sagaleen dhaga'ama. Hello, obse.
Amman nagaa.
Tole, tole. Booda akka nu rakkisne inni godhuu barbaanneeti.
Okay, amman nagaa.
Tole, obse.
Ulfaadha. Haadha galataa. Yeah, oh. Badee dhufa.
Tokko. Seennu yeroo keenya fayyadamuudhaaf namoonni ala jirtan seennu. yeroo keenya fayyadamuudhaaf iddoo keenyaa qabannu sagantaa keenya hin jalqabna.
My name is Gurmai. I'm a health economist. I work for a Harvard project, and it's my pleasure to be here today to facilitate this important panel discussion. Hopefully you all are looking forward to learning what's happening in terms of innovation, in terms of science, technology, as it's applied to healthcare in Ethiopia, as well as in Oromia. I have 5 distinguished speakers, panelists today. I will introduce them one by one, and while I introduce them, you will invite them to the stage. The first speaker is His Excellency, Dr. Ayela Tashome, who is the State Minister of Health, for health system capacity building. He's been in this position since 2021. Dr. Ayela is well known for providing leadership and strategic decisions in health system development efforts, particularly relating to infrastructure, digital health, which is a key topic today, quality of healthcare, innovation, as well as health force development. Dr. Ayela played key role in designing and implementing Ethiopia's first ever health service quality strategy. He's a respected gynecologist, obstetrician, and distinguished clinical and he has academic background. Prior to his appointment as a state minister, Dr. Ayela served as a provost of the Yekatit Asrahulet Hospital. And during his position at Yekatit Asrahulet Medical College, he's known for successfully initiating the implementation of a fully digitized healthcare delivery, which has significantly improved the efficiency, effectiveness, as well as quality of healthcare. He's also known for initiating the Babech Gobana Medical Maternal and Child Health Center, which again provides paperless service or fully digitized. It's an honor to invite Dr. Ayer to the stage. My second panelist is Dr. Asnaka Werku. His educational background is PhD in statistics from University of KwaZulu Natal University in South Africa. He is currently the director of the National Data Management Center and is a senior researcher at EPHI. His previous experience includes serving as a senior station or branch office head at Central Statistical Service. He is also a member of Ethiopian Statistical Association, as well as he's also a well-published researcher. Again, it's my honor to invite Dr. Asnaka to the stage. My third panelist would be Dr. Abdulkadir Galgalo. You know Dr. Abdulkadir as the director of a very important institution, which is the Ethiopian Pharmaceutical Supply Service, EPSS. I hope you have a number of questions for him regarding quality, medical supplies, and so on. Everybody is smiling. And Dr. Abdul Qadir used to be the deputy head of the Oromia Regional Health Bureau. He did not want me to speak longer than this regarding his profile. Hopefully he's going to say a few words. I'll invite Dr. Abdul Qadir to the stage. My fourth panelist will be Professor Nazana Turkani, who has a PhD in medical research from University of Munich in Germany, and who has certificates from universities in the UK as well as the Jimma University. And she's also a medical doctor. And currently she's the Vice President for Research and Community Service in Jimma University. You know her, she has taught a number of you in this room. And she used to be a postgraduate director at the Institute of Health. And she's currently a professor of pediatrics and child health. And in the past, she also served as Department of Head of the Department of Pediatrics and Child Health. It's my pleasure to invite my friend Nazan to the stage. The last speaker in this panel that I'm introducing today is Dr. Lijalem Ayala, who is currently the Deputy General Director for Oromia Science and Technology Authority. Dr. Lijalem has also a PhD from Addis Ababa University, as well as University of Madrid in Spain. He has a Master's of Science from Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia, and currently is serving as the Deputy Director General at Oromia Science and Technology. And previously, he was also Assistant Professor in Inorganic Chemistry at the University of Adigrat. It's my pleasure to invite him to the stage. Okay, thank you for coming to the stage. So the way we organize this session is there will be short presentations by each of the panelists. They will take up 5 to 7 minutes to speak about the key points they are going to, or the key message they are going to transmit today. And then we will have the question and answer or discussion session. So we'll try to give more time for question and answer. And I will limit respectfully the time of the presenters to 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, so my first presenter, as I called earlier, would be in the order I invited them to the stage. So the first speaker would be His Excellency Dr. Ayyala Tashome. And the topic I would like him to speak about is to provide a highlight of innovation, technology in health service delivery, particularly for service improvement. And I would like him to also speak from the global as well as local context, what's happening in the Ethiopian health system. Hopefully the organizers have arranged the slides, and I'll invite Dr. Ayyala to give his keynote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm happy to be part of this really wonderful session, which I tried to see it yesterday, and was really exciting, and really a chance for others to learn from it, especially the other regions. So as it has been said earlier, my topic is on the use of innovations, usually which is confused with technologies, but I try to explain it in a way that how can we really explore it in our context, specifically in areas and nations which are developing and where resources scarce. So thank you very much. So just to see what it is, as you all know, when we talk about innovation, it's all about a new idea initially, from a problem someone has faced during their routine operations, and an idea which later will be translated into methods, processes, or sometimes into technologies. So any idea which have been translated into either of these methods or technologies and improving the existing quality of care, or somewhat which help us into utilizing our resources efficiently, and ultimately helps us to improve the goal of an institution or whatever sector. We can call it just simply an innovation, that's all. So sometimes it's a system, innovation, software, but which can be supplemented with technology. But the fact that just using a technology in a bad system doesn't mean that we will have an improvement into the overall outcome of the institution or whatever. So what matters is, first we need to have properly designed system, and which can be augmented with technologies if we have. So when you talk about innovation, can be in the health sector specifically, if we talk about, can be a care delivery model, can be use of medical device technologies, and recently digital health solutions. These are really playing great role in improving the overall health outcomes of our patients. Can be also health analytics, which can be also somewhat linked with digital health solutions, but this is somewhat broader aspect than a digital health solution. And precision medicine in some countries where they try individualized or targeted care to clients, specifically in areas where the right or effective treatment is not there already in the world, or sometimes depending on genetic or environmental or other factors, there are differences. We need to have some targeted treatment. So usually this is practiced in universities where they use it for clinical trial and other uses too. So when you talk about innovation, these all are part of it. Next, please. Because it's not working from my, yeah, thank you. So as it has been said earlier already, just bringing innovations into our systems, especially in areas where resources are limited. We do have significant rooms of improvement for our systems. Not only that, because not only because we have short of resources, but in areas where our systems are poorly designed already, bringing technologies and just trying to improve our outcomes using technologies, it does mean that you have the optimal outcome you are envisioning. So it's always start design to redesign your system and aim for a better outcome from your existing systems before you use other technology. So in our system specifically, if you see all models of care or all processes that we are really practicing for our services, could be at the primary health care level or high up to the tertiary or quaternary care level. The designs we have already, some of them are poorly designed. They are not to their optimal output. And in such areas where we do have such suboptimal outputs, we should start with our process system designs, with coming up with all possible innovations that we have. So especially if you take evidence-based care, the model we are following in different institutions could be competency, scope-based, or whatever type of models that we are following. These models are, they do have their own shortcomings, and it's time to revisit the models and think about new innovations, especially in terms of integration, coordination, and team-based care, efficiency, and other system designs aiming for patient-centeredness. So if you see most of our interventions now, most of our reform package, we are now focusing here on the system design, and we try to complement it with technologies. That's how we are doing in our context specifically. Next, please. Next slide. Not working for me, maybe, I don't know. The other is the medical device technologies. Okay, thank you very much. Medical device technologies. In this case, we have different options, as you might all know. From time to time, we are having also different types of technologies in our country too. Specifically, advanced diagnostic and therapeutic technologies are already here, especially in major towns of the country. But it's time also to use less costly but very important technologies which really improves the client empowerment and monitoring capacity of our professionals, especially the wearable health trackers and other technologies which really help us for the monitoring and diagnosis of our patients. So this one. And robotics technologies are already also there on high in the market, and I think for the quaternary medical care designs that we are planning, it's time also to consider them, at least in some institutions. The other innovation is the use of health analytics. As I said, basically, if you see this one with artificial intelligence, we started some major testing investments, especially related to diagnosis of some clinical conditions related to dermatology and some imaging interpretation and things. So it's time also for the country to use, but also we are not expected to innovate everything. There is a room for learning from other innovations in around the world too. So especially machine learning algorithms, which are specifically designed to our context, are very, very important and help us to the clinical decision-making process and the overall population health improvement. Precision medicine, I think better for me to skip it because it's not time for us in a country where lots of problems are already there and has to focus on the population health or group health, resource-wise or whatever. It's not wise to think about precision medicine at this time. But universities have the opportunity to use individualized and targeted therapy methodologies for at least research purpose. There is a room. The other is I think one slide is missed. It's where the electronic health record, and my friend will be presenting it. And if we talk about most of the gaps in this country, it's all about the learning opportunity we are missing. If you talk about learning opportunity we are missing, it's all about data quality. So if you have complete, correct and timely data, and that's an opportunity for decision making. So all those efficiencies and accountability gaps and other gaps in the sector, I believe can be addressed with data quality. So when you talk about digitizing our health systems, it's not just for the quality of data only, but also to support the overall care processes, starting from the diagnosis to treatment and monitoring. So the place of digital health in supporting our care processes, it's multi-wicked. So that's critical, and it's one focus area, you know, for the ministry as well as for the country. So it's an opportunity for us also to use this. So overall, if you see the benefits we can gain from innovation and technologies, as I said earlier, we can improve the patient outcomes, especially in early detection, accurate diagnosis, and individualized treatment, and enhancing access and convenience for our clients, efficiency, cost saving, and empowering our patients. All these different types of technologies and innovations can really supplement or augment the existing efforts. The other is, if you see the context, as it has been said earlier, it varies actually. Developed countries, they do have already a well-matured system. They start to harvest the optimal output from the existing investments they have already. For us and most of the developing countries, our system is already inefficient, and we are not harvesting the expected output from all investments. So though we are investing in infrastructure, in human resource development, in medical devices, supplies, the output we are gaining from all investments is not paralleling the inputs we are putting into the system. So it's time to look into our system, think about differently, come up with innovations, and design our systems. So if we take, the hardware's infrastructure and everything, especially for the digitizing and everything, of course, it's clear we have shortcomings in terms of resources. But if we start with the system innovation initially and, augment it with the technologies coming, then that would be, a better approach. That's what I believe. So there are various global health initiatives currently, and it's time to leverage technology to bridge the gaps between developed and developed countries, and of course address global health challenges with innovation. And it's my last slide. So just to say a few points on the challenges, there is a clear digital divide, as I said. It's just resource limited, as it has been said in different articles. But beyond that, the system design, our software, our health sector, the way we are really functioning it has its own major gaps. So it's time to think about, system innovation. And then, we are starting digitization, but it's time to think parallelly on the national investment, especially related to data privacy and security. So unless we start it now, it would be, a major challenge in the years to come. So workflow integration and adoption is critical. I said it, especially resistance we are getting from the health professionals that should be addressed with training, change management strategies, and other interventions. And of course, our system innovations, not only for the crude system that we are thinking, but also for the disparities that we are having regionally, or could be depending on a number of factors we are really facing. So we should, contextualize all the innovations we are thinking and technologies we are putting into our system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayala. As you might have observed, I gave him a couple of more minutes because this is going to be like a setting stage type of presentation, and hopefully the next presenters will use their shorter time. So Dr. Ayala provided kind of overall picture of the technology, innovation, digitization, and so on, what's happening globally and in Ethiopia. And some of the things he said, and I really noted, he said innovation cannot correct badly designed health systems. Probably some of you have noted. So, it requires, for innovation to be successful, it requires a good, well-designed health system. He talked about some of the benefits of innovation, including precision medicine, digital health solutions. He talked about, of course, medical devices, which I think our health system very much is focusing on. Integration, coordination, efficiency. And you would imagine there is no part of the health system that he didn't touch in the arena of innovation. And finally, he also said high value care, health outcome, and high value care. I really like that. Value refers to quality as well as efficiency. So overall, digitization innovation helps us to provide high value care in a well-designed health system. Let me go to the next speaker. The next two speakers particularly will focus on specific areas where digitization and innovations are important. One of them is in health information system, health information management system, and the other is the supplies and logistics management system. As you have suspected, the next speaker will talk about the health innovation for health management information system. So I'll invite Dr. Asnaga to give his short presentation. 5 to 7 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much having this opportunity. I would like to present some of the issues raised in yesterday. We are always talking about evidence-based decision making, but where is the evidence comes from? We need the data. Where is the data? The question is. Let me say something on this. We know that the Sustainable Development Goals and the strategies are very ambitious. Some of them are in our country context. These ambitious targets and goals needs innovative approach. Some of these innovative approaches are the digital technology and the transformation tools that we need to use. Some of the new technologies and innovations, we need to use them in organizational arrangement to contribute to the big improvement in the health system. We have health information technologies that can support the health system, and also continuous use of data-enabled infrastructure to support the policies, plannings, and public health, and even personalization care. We are asking always what data-enabled infrastructures we have in the country. The first one is, we know that there is a data-enabled infrastructure in the Ministry of Health, especially related to the routine data systems. But in terms of the research, the laboratory, and also the public health emergency data systems, we don't have previously a repository. That's why before 5 years there was an initiative, a flagship initiative between Ministry of Health and EPHI to form a national data management center for health, especially for research, laboratory, public health emergency. The purpose of this data management center is to create a standard, sustainable, adaptive digital data system, advanced health data repository, governance and management, transform the national health data analytics, burden of disease estimates, advanced evidence generation and synthesis. Previously, especially those of who are coming from the universities, you can visit this website. We have reposited more than 460 research data from different institutions, universities, private, and also non-governmental organizations. We reposited more than 456 data reposits for a research only. When we come to the global context, globally and nationally, the use of technologies to improve health systems of the population is increasing. Application of digital health or technologies in healthcare are being used to reduce inefficiency, improve the access, reducing costs, and also increasing quality and personal cares. Recently, we can say there are 3 areas of digital health that covers most of the time within our country context. The first one is the ICT, that is the information communication to improve public health services. We are using information communication technologies to improve in most of the public health sectors. The other one is using the health information system to capture, store, manage, or transmit information, data on patient health or health facility activities. These are most of the time, we have medical record systems in different hospitals currently, and also the DHIS2 system that's transmitting the reportable disease, all the reportable disease, and also some of like the vaccine coverage, all those electronic community health information systems. We have in the EPHI laboratory information system that captures a lot of laboratory data coming from different referral and regional laboratories. The other one is the delivery of health information data to health professionals, health customers through internet and telecommunication. These three main areas of digital that we are using currently in our country. But are we, some of also the technologies that currently changing the healthcare system, not only in nationally, globally, but nationally. There are technologies currently changing the healthcare system. One is mobile health. We know that currently all of us, we are dependent on our mobile. But how much we are using our mobiles? There are a science we are using the mobiles. The simplest one is appointment dates for patients. A simple thing that we are using. Previously, during the COVID time, we used the mobiles for notifying the positive and the negative results. These are some of the ways that we can use the mobile health. The other one is telemedicine. We have few specialized doctors, especially in urban areas. How can we support the rural hospitals? How can we use this specialized? One area is the telemedicine. We are not using much on telemedicine, but we can. The one area that is applicable. The other one is electronic health record system. This is the medical record system, treating patients based on holistic pictures of their past and current health. We know that how much is the problem of this electronic medical record system. Always when we are going to the hospitals to get services, card if we have electronic based systems, we will not face these challenges. The other thing is wearables. Currently, some of our watches and some feeds are used for recording data, personal record data, all those things. There is also for huge data coming from different electronic medical records or from health facility records, all those. Where can we put those all data? Currently, we can use the clouds and data analytics. We don't need it to have a large, big infrastructures currently. The clouds and the data systems that are available currently, even within the country. Recently, you know that Ethio Telecoms started a cloud service. Previously, we are hiring clouds through Amazon with a lot of hard currencies, all those things. But now we have the opportunity to use the cloud, Ethio Telecoms or cloud service to reposit our data and without a need to have a big infrastructures. The other one is 3D bioprinting. This 3D bioprinting, most of the time now, they are using especially for prosthetics and human tissues and organs in other countries. But at least we can use for, we know that currently we have, for the last 2 years, we have a huge conflict everywhere in the country. How many our brothers and sisters are suffering from this war? This 3D bioprinting are one opportunity that enables them to have at least physically supporting things. The other one is already, it's mentioned, artificial intelligence and machine learnings. In EPHI, in the National Data Management Center, we are starting currently to use some of our mathematical modeling for
region is one of the largest regions, but where is the data that every universities, every research is generated within the region? If we are asking the last year presenters data, where it is, we don't know. We are generating a lot of data, but we know that there is a problem on the quality, all those issues. But at least we know where we should know where is the data, and also at least we want to see the return of the data that we are investing a lot. We are investing a lot of monies on researches, surveys, surveillances. Are we really using as expected? We know that our master's students, they are collecting data, but we have a lot of available data here and there. Let us first use the data already existing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Snaka. I think the last note is critical, and I'm sure you have noted questions. And when I point finger at you, at least the three of them point at me. In the past, EPHI also had issues in terms of storage, in terms of making data available to academia. And as you finally said, there is a lot of database available in the country from like already collected data, but master's students are collecting data from everywhere that are wasting resources potentially where they could have analyzed national data. So I'm personally, professionally really happy to hear that there is a storage system now, there is a database system. Hopefully that will be available to all of our universities so that they can analyze the data. Without further ado, I'll go to the next speaker, Dr. Abdul Qadir from, as I said, EPSS, and I'm sure he has a lot to tell us how they are using technology for their forecasting, for procurement, for storage, for delivery, and hopefully in the next 5 years there will be no shortage of drugs and supplies. Dr. Abdul Qadir.
Thank you very much. I'm just glad here to be at my home, Oromia Regional Health Bureau, which is the wonderful, colorful, organized research. Thank you, Dr. Mengistu, all that. Thank you very much for organizing this. Yeah, if you talk about supply chain, everybody will be awake because it's supply chain. And it's because it's supply and demand that people need. Always demand is created every day, every single day. So we talk about how we use this technology and currently what will be available in our country. Oh. Day 2. Where is the data? It will not be stock out, I hope. So, data. Yeah. I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, when you come to the stage for supply chain, some stuck, and people says, why always supply chain? When you come to the stage. So, supply chain, innovation and technology. This is a question for the panelists, which is how can innovative technology be utilized to enhance health supply service, logistic management, and what are the challenge and the opportunity. So before we go to the exact what has been the supply chain and technology, I think some of it has been mentioned here with my colleague who's previously presenters. The all innovative technology is more to be an effective logistics, to be an efficient and accuracy, speed of the supply chain at the last mile delivery, whereas, or it could be at from the production point of supply and sustainability of the logistics, and also to be the data-driven forecasting, where supply chain has to, accelerate the innovation and also maximize the productivity, efficiency, and also it reduce the cost of, back and forth of the supply in terms of logistics, in terms of time, and so on. So this is some of the supply chain technology which is needed. This is the flow of pharmaceutical supply, as you see, any from the international or local source. It goes to the central, which is the central EPSs, and also to the hubs, because we have 19 hubs as a nation, and go to waradas, because still 56% of the product flow to the warada. Whether it's program malaria and so on, still last mile delivery is 44%. So still the warada level management of the technology is the big question that we have been lagging there. And to the health center and health post, some go to the hospital. So this is the flow of supply chain, because we have been serving 500 and another 4,000 health center. Having said this, so what technology we have been really implementing currently in Ethiopia to be more practical? This is WHO, medical cycles, the medicine cycles. We start with selection. Still, the technology that we have been using in selection, most of in our health facility is manually selecting the drug, either using the Excel, or some are using paper-wise. Then we come to quantification. There is quantification tools, different quantification tools we have been using. Like for malaria, there is HIV, all the programmatic issues. And also for RDF, still the challenges we have using quantification tool. But the forecasting accuracy is still 60%. That means still 40% is here for the calculation of the forecasting at the health facility when it comes down to the upstream level. So procurement, web-based, web-based we are using for procurement, and also, but the delay for procurement because of multi-stakeholder issues has been, the procurement takes 200 days. Expected that world average is 19 days. Some of the countries 16 days, and maximum like South Africa is 2 months for refilling the drugs from any factory that they could have. Because of multi-factor, we don't. But as you see, it is procurement is delayed, and currently government is implementing electronic government procurement, which is really improving the electronic-wise, the back and forth issue of the procurement issue. Storage, one of very potential area, is inventory management. Yeah, we are using Vitas, which is known for the last 12 years in Ethiopia, which has been supported by different donors. So this is the technology currently we are using for the Vitas for any inventory. Go to the health facility, some of it that we are using Dagu, functionalities and a challenge and difficulty, but Dagu is another issue that. So in this technology, we have been improving, and currently the world-class technology in inventory management is different technologies coming, like RFID, barcoding, in inventory management, even drone counting of any is been the recent update that when you go to South Africa, some of the private facilities using the drone technology in Africa, so they can count all of their inventory within a single house. So when you come to us, inventory management, we make closed our warehouse for 45 days to count the drugs. But currently, because of some technology, we have been decreasing for 5 days. This is the technology and distribution issue. Yeah, we're using some of the GPS to know exactly where our truck is going, what happened to the driver, and so on. But the recent technology is RFID tracking. RFID tracking with radio frequency tracking to know exactly where the car is, what the behavior, what the cargo is open or closed. It's been some of the issues that we have been using. Using in this country, not in the health sector, because currently, custom commission is going to be implement this RFID technology. We are also, as health sector, partnering with Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence to use this RFID technology to track the cargo, to know the distribution, the efficiency of the time and the speed had been tracked by this technology. Yeah, this is the current technology supply chain. As I say, upstream level, yes, inventory control, up to the receiving issue request. And the issue, because I've seen some of the hospital manager here, because we use RRF from every facility, is a health center or hospital, yes, but still our RRF, most of 90% has been reported by telegram, not by online, because people want to send more in telegram than sending on the online, which is an RRF online, that it is only one click to use, but the culture, the way we use the RRF, because wherever you go to Kenya, South Africa, some of the technology that we have seen in this country, they use the same technology. But the culture that we have been using this, how to request, how to receive our supplies in a different cascade of health facilities, challenging. So as you see, this is issue. So in downstream level, there is a DAGU system integrating with EMR currently, which has been expanding in most of health facility. So when you see DAGU still, as you have seen figures, there is a lot of pharmaceutical and medical supply transaction has been done. This is the current technology. But the challenge, I will come to the challenge with the next slide. I want to show you this slide. In every day, 292 health facilities serving through this technology. Every single day. And every day we have been transferring 1,482 stock transfer every single day at all health facility of Ethiopia. And every day, like 552 unique items distributed across the nation in all these hubs. So this is the technology currently we have been using. And what happened is, the issue is there is distribution at the downstream as a health facility, but there is a complaint from House of Representatives, there is a complaint from different sectors that we don't receive the product. We didn't receive the product at health facility level. So we make it like, notification for proof of delivery to House of Member of Parliament. So they receive the message and they click it to the email so they can check it, the constituency that you have been receiving this amount of medicine at a specific health center, at a specific order of that particular constituency. So this is the way transparency of the technology is very needed in terms of having really the distribution issues in general. So automated email and SMS notification is another issue that the technology currently uses. Some of you may know because some of the constituency just reported to you whether you receive or not. But this is the everyday issue that we are receiving. Had it been a challenge? Yes. Let's come to the challenge. Traditionally, there is a delay, there is an inefficiency, and some of it is bullwhip effect, the meaning of bullwhip effect. There is an issue with escalation of request, but when you come down with production and delivery, there is a challenge, it's downstream level, whether the product is needed even or not. And transparency, agility, and speed is another traditional supply chain. And digital supply chain is more focused on agility, speed, and transparency. It has to be transparent to even the patient. What medicine they receive, what medicine is going, the safety of the medicine, and traceability and product safety. And also stock level, at every level, what stock that we have. And it decreases the inventory level, which has taken a lot of time. So we have to shift from traditionally to supply chain. And what is the challenge? Yeah, there is a challenge, data. Visibility is a challenge. In between, there is a problem with visibility. There is a stock at central stock. There is distribution as a facility downstream. But in between the visibility, at most of the hospitals is a challenge. So currently, ministry is applying DAGU at all across the hospital, so to get at least what stock, what is transaction at every facility. And agility and resilience, yeah, currently there is data silo, data quality, resilience issue, but this challenge has to be overcome with new technology that we have, and HR is still resource as difficult, because in resource there is an HR, skillful people, you know, there is frequent people are leaving the institute, knowledge retention, and infrastructure like the computer LAN and so on, and internet services, some of the resources that has been the challenge in most of its facility, and the change, which is very important. I want to be very focused on this. The ownership. One of the challenges is ownership. And at most of its facility, they think that this technology is for another people because it's dependent on the donor, it depends on the partner. Ownership is one of the challenges. Second, accountability at every level, because people will not record and gather the data because they prefer RRF electronically because they prefer Excel than this. So third, planning, because change management need planning. This is some of the challenge. So this is the last slide. What are opportunity that we have? The opportunity is currently there is, revolution, reform at whole level of reforming the data level from the ministry to downstream, end-to-end visibility with DAGU, storage, dashboard, even using the mobile application. A new project from our side, like in central EPSS and some of our hub, we have been implementing we're going to implement ERP, which is one of the standard software global business people can use. So once we implement ERP, it has to be interlinked with DAGU. So we
collaborate with healthcare industries, research partnerships, technology transfer, continuing education and training, incubators and innovation hubs, data sharing and collaborative analysis. So I will discuss each of these points. So universities can be linked to health facilities for research mentorship and capacity building. As you know, our medical doctors and health science graduates are trained as technicians, not like scholars, like researchers. So for that reason, we have to link senior researchers in the universities to medical doctors and other health science professionals so that they also develop the skill to research and innovate. And Dr. Mengistu was mentioning yesterday the need to pool resources from universities and other sectors so that instead of doing small projects here and there, we pool resources and collaborate to fund impactful, bigger projects. So that could be also one of the ways we collaborate. So the project should focus on important matters like performance audit, electronic medical recording, clinical trials, testing medical devices. As you know, we usually passively go on checking how well we are doing. Performance audit is very important to know where we are and to plan to improve to a certain state. So these things can be done in collaboration with universities. Technology transfer is the second way. These equipments are made in Jimma University. LED phototherapy machine and a UV room and material sterilizer, and they are in the market currently. So this is a big success from my university side, and other universities should also come up with equipment, innovating equipment, not only innovating but adopting technologies. We don't have to start new things from the scratch. So we can also adopt technologies. Unfortunately, almost all equipments we use in our health facilities are imported. The lab equipments and the surgical procedure equipments all are imported. And you know what that means in terms of the cost and sustainability. So we have to develop our own mechanism to adopt technologies and produce consumables and materials. And the drawback of importing equipment is when they are broken, we just throw them away. Even CT scans, MRI, and very expensive equipment, we don't know how to fix them. And to fix them, somebody has to come from Europe, and we know how costly that is. So we need to come up with a solution to produce some of the equipments in the country. Remember, we are not small country. We are 120 million, you know. We are multiple countries in Europe in terms of size. So we don't afford to import everything as if we are really in that level of wealth. Continuing education and training is also the other way we can collaborate. Obviously, training on new technologies, treatment protocols, best practices, and in-service refreshment trainings could be given in the university. So health facilities should be closely working with instructors and professionals in our university. Incubators and innovation hubs are also places where health facilities be linked to universities because these platforms provide supportive environment for startup, entrepreneurs and researchers. Very few of our universities have incubators and innovation hubs. Jimma University has launched an innovation incubation center this year. We have 3D printers, we have major machines and equipment that could help to start new equipment or adopt already known products. The last is data sharing and collaborative analysis. Again, Professor Isaias was talking yesterday about the need to keep the quality of data. Retrospective data analysis is one of cheaper yet very important source of evidence generation. But unless we keep the data in a good way, we cannot utilize it. So universities can contribute in their expertise in data analysis, analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, while the healthcare industries could provide the rich data they have. So as you know, AI is currently changing the world, assisting us to go faster. Most of the things done manually are now shifted, so that should help us to go faster and develop in a better way. So these are the points I would like to discuss. I'll come back with question and answer.
because everything is going to non interference of man, or which will be done by artificial intelligence or other gadgets. So before that, just digital transformation is what, as I've said, this fourth industrial revolution is digital transformation, which deals about using technologies to facilitate service, especially service delivery is now supported by these technologies. So this digital transformation is pushing the world to digital economy. But this digital transformation encompasses two basic works or actions, which is digitization, which is conversion of analog or going out from analog system to digital format, then to digitalization, which encompasses using different technologies or products to give our service very automated. Based on this, where we are now, a lot has said by former presenters. I'm happy, especially on Dr. Abdul Qadir presentation. His presentation said a lot about how health sector is nowadays automated or on the way of automation. Anyway, at the end of the day, this all should push us to digital transformation or integrating our process to automation overall. So what is digital health? A lot has said. I don't spend my time here. Even this digital health technology nowadays using different gadgets to different systems or software applications, because this digital transformation try to combine these digital products with applications, then to facilitate our service delivery. So why digital health? A lot has said, because this digital health should support overall service of health sector. Let me focus on this digital, what our country is working, especially under the umbrella of Digital Ethiopia 2025, which is already we are working on it, especially with the initiation of Ministry of Innovation and Technology. This Digital Ethiopia 2025 is working especially to facilitate this digital transformation, starting from, I don't know whether you can see it or not. For example, here, infrastructure is the main important thing that should get focus. Especially the government is trying to do on the connectivity, especially Ethio Telecom is trying to do its best by expanding cell phone towers and these gadgets. For example, here, if we can see this before, now. For example, out of our people, 120 million, almost 22 million nearly using internet users. Now our people is almost this percent, 90% is internet users. From this, in percent 2.6, it is growing annually by 3% almost. The users of these internets are growing by this percent, and the accessibility is around 97%. From this, 97% of our population, especially the younger one, use this technology for social media. So how health sector can use this opportunity to deliver its service? The other important thing is enabling system. In this digital Ethiopia 2025, the government is working on developing enabling system which can further enhance digital transformation. For example, digital ID, because if our citizen can get digital ID, it can, the service that can be given in health sector will be very facilitated. Another issue is digital payment. As you know, Ministry of this digital payment, especially with the initiation of Ministry of Innovation and the Ministry of Trade, they are pushing almost many of the payment system going to digital. For example, if you take Telebir or other payments, this also enabling our system. So how health sector can use or can go to digital health payment system? We should have to think over this. Another important thing is cyber security is very important. Just we are trying to automate our system or digitalize our system, but we are vulnerable to cyber crime. So we should have to take care of cyber security. Also the government, especially. I don't know. Sorry, I think. Maybe. It may be hacking, I don't know. Okay, sorry for the interruption. The other important thing is digital interaction, especially facilitating digital interaction among the government, private sector, and the citizen, because there should be digital interaction among interoperability should be there, especially in e-governance, which is a service given by the government, should be be interacted with our society or the level of our society. The other important thing is ecosystem is very important. Ecosystem, that means making the environment for digital transformation or automation, which is strengthening the digital ecosystem, which especially financing this digital work, that means supporting in finance and people, especially creating digital society or digital literate people is very important. The other one is policy and regulation, especially the policy and the regulation that can invite or attract private sector, because the intervention of private sectors or the presence of private sectors is very important. To the engagement of private sector should get attention. So based on this, if we can do this, our information revolution could be supported by ICT or information communication technology. So finally, my last slide, especially the health sector should give attention to digital health policy and the strategy which have been done. For example, digital health blueprint by Ministry of Health, health sector transformation plan by Ministry of Health, digital health Ethiopia, policy framework for the engagement of private sectors, ICT policy and the digital health strategy. All these policies and the strategies should be implemented to create this digital era, or to facilitate our service using this ICT. Another important thing is digital infrastructure. I have said before, infrastructure, the government is working as much as possible, especially in addition to Ethio Telecom. Safaricom Ethiopia is now trying to get into our market. The other important thing is human resource and literacy should have to get attention, because whatever we can do, if we don't have human resource that can work on this, nothing will happen. So another important thing is enable private sector. Private sector should be engaged on this health sector, especially in digital health sector. Private sector intervention is very important, and innovation should be appreciated, innovation should be supported, innovation should be get attention in health sector. If we can do this, I hope this sector, the health industry, will be automated in a very near future, because the government is working on overall digital economy, because among the 5 pillars the government is focusing is ICT technology. That means applying this technology in all sector. So if this will be true, I hope things will be good in the future. Finally, the world is going digital and we need to get on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lijanam. I think the slogan is Digital Ethiopia. Digital Ethiopia 2025. You digitize or you will be nowhere in the 21st century. And if we digitize our payment mechanism, for example, the internal revenues when it comes to the health sector, then the need for auditing, the need for public financial management system, and all bureaucratic monitoring and controlling system will be simplified. Okay, I hope you've enjoyed the presentations, and now is the time for the exciting questions and answers. We have about 35 minutes, correct? The organizers gave me to stretch up to 1, Karabachu, hopefully. So I have to be strict on the time and on the number of questions, because you would like the panelists to reflect on your questions. And therefore, I'll just give 1 question per person, and 1 question maximum of 1 minute. If it's a recommendation or suggestion, it's 2 minutes. That's it. So I'll raise my hand and you will stop. Please collaborate with me on that respectfully. Should I start from this side? And I'll give numbers and then you will circulate the mic. Please remember your numbers. Any questions? Okay, 1, 2, 3 at the back, 4 here, 5, 6, 7, 8, sir, 9. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough, unless there is a burning question. So if it's a question, 1 minute max. If it is a recommendation, 2 minutes maximum, and 1 per person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think mine is a recommendation or reflection. So I would like to thank the speakers for this nice information and what's going on around the digital issues and innovations. My point is just a reflection, maybe so that I can reflect on it. Professor Nasanat actually raised, we don't have to always think imported technologies and innovations. Usually our problems are local, very much local, and we need to think, the innovations at local levels. Don't think we have also innovations in terms of ideas, in terms of practices, in terms of lessons, because innovations are not always technologies. I mean, it's not always machine. Okay, so how to fix our challenges in the programs? As we think, how to fix when the machines going wrong, we have to look at how to fix it. And so those skills, whatever it is, an innovative approach to solving immediate programs challenges is very much important. So my point is, do have a system to compile, explore, document our lessons, our best practices, which can actually go to, for scale up, for wider adoption in health system is important. And if you can reflect on that,
that's it, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
You finish your question. Thanks. Number 2, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for all the presenters. We made informative from all the perspectives of the presentations. I have very short questions for Dr. Abdul Qadir. The progress is very important. We saw it, and I went through it, and also I saw the improvement over time. But I have a question related to why you brought all the product to the center and then distribute to the hubs. Are you planning to maybe channel the products directly to the hubs from the ports or from the airports? Maybe in the future, I know I can understand the challenges, but are you thinking on that way, and also about local manufacturing? The second one is role of universities, Professor Nazanet. Is it possible also to go beyond
Thank you, sir.
technical
We
support?
agree to one.
Because I have both.
With my apologies. There is a rule we have
All
to
of
fit
the
to that.
universities beyond technical support and take responsibility to manage the health system and the quality in their catchment. Thank you.
One question, sir. Number 3.
Okay, thank you very much, all presenters. And I do have a comment for IFSA, Dr. Abdul Qadir. I think that IFSA is moving forward in different directions. They are trying to improve the availability. My comment is in health facilities, at grassroots level, health facilities, hospitals and health centers, there is stock out at the same time wastage or expiration, which is paradox. So we are applying different systems in pharmaceutical management, particularly inventory management. How do we evaluate the performance at health facility level? For example, sometimes they do inventories, they do different things, but really comprehensively, how you evaluate your inventory management system, and how you are trying to solve the stock out as well. The stock out. If we find data nationally, we get something fragmented. There is no reliable and comprehensive data regarding the availability as well as the associated factors for stock out. Therefore, how you are planning to conduct reliable research, comprehensive research that may be used for solving the problem at a health facility level. And also you say that you are using different technologies for pharmaceutical management. Are they synchronized? Do they work together with healthcare service? Are they integrated with laboratory service? For example, we are procuring antibiotics, we are distributing antibiotics, but how about the laboratory service as well as the prescribing patterns in health facilities? Have you synchronized these technologies which you are using? So because of time, I'll try to limit my question. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Number 4.
Okay, thank you. I think we are in anger of time, so I have only one area of question. That is for Dr. Asnaqa on the national data management. So how our national data management is accessible for research in reality? How is practically accessible and in line with this? In the world of data, using updated data is important issue, so that how much or how long are you going to store the data, and how it is feasible to use in terms of when the data is stored for longer than 5 or 10 years, for example. So is there any cut-off time for using or utilizing the data? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is very simple and short. So we are aggressively working on just transferring or purchasing these technologies, okay, from time to time. How much or to what extent are we working in terms of having competent human element, like Professor Nazanet raised? that can really manage, accommodate, and sustain this kind of technologies. They are too costly by their nature, and we have to be very much sensitive in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are dealing with health economist who is also economical in time, and we are dealing with efficiency, and we have to be efficient enough. Thank you very much. This is one of the exercises we have to know. Mine is recommendation, so I'll have ample time. And it will go to Professor Nathanet from Jimma University. I'm very much delighted the area you have presented. I think there has to be a head hunting, especially in bringing academicians. There are people with a capacity of being academician, researcher, and at the same time who are knowledgeable in the area of programs. So I think bringing these three expertise in one person is one of the important things, because this skill is coming along long time engagement. I think working with those people, and I think universities are the right space for looking for such people and utilizing maximum of their knowledge and the skill. And I think sometimes some people are contributing in academic environments, and it is possible to mention especially assessment of this academic ranks, and there are so many things, but this is not well reported and not documented, and they remain at the level of department or units. And kindly I request if Jimma University could be the pioneer to do this, I think we will be easing the assignment for Regional Health Bureau. And one assignment I would like to give to myself and the participant here is to write one paragraph what we would like to do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, thank you very much because it is very interesting and it's personally I'm motivated in digital health, but the biggest concern is what has been done about ethical issues, especially the digital health ethics. Is there any guideline in our country, and especially about storing personal health informations, bioprints, and also sharing to the third party is a very sensitive issue. And is there any organization or institute that's going to protect us if there is any breaching in the through of it? And is the community aware of what kind of data is being stored from him, especially regarding the digital ID? Once we give that bioprint, it's permanent, and if there is no controlling over, especially third-party sharing, it is very dangerous thing. So that's my question. Thank you.
እኔም አመሰግናለሁ። ትንሽ ምንድነው የኔ ጥያቄ ምናልባት ምንድነው ዲጂታላይዜሽን በአሁኑ ጊዜ ጥያቄ ውስጥ የሚገባ ስራ አይደለም። እናደርጋለን፣ ችሎታ አለን፣ ሪሶርስ አላጣንም። ነገር ግን ምንድነው አንድ የፕሮዶታይዜሽን ችግር አለብን። ሁለተኛ ከመጠን ያለፈ የኤንጂኦ ላይ ዲፔንድ የመሆን ቴንደንሲዎች አሉና ይሄን ነገር በሚገባ አስተባብረን ፖለቲሳይዝ አድርገን ኢንተርሴክተራል ኮላቦሬሽንን አጠናክረን ቢያንስ በየአመቱ አንድ ሴክተርን ዲጂታላይዝ ማድረግ ላይ ፖለቲከኞችና ስቶክ ሆልደሮች ምን መስራት አለባችሁ ብላችሁ ታስባላችሁ ማለት ነው። ቴንክ ዩ።
Okay, thank you very much all the presenters. My name is Godana from Adama Hospital Medical College. I have a couple of questions, but because of the rule, I just forward only one. That's to Professor Natsanet. I like your presentation and also the role, I appreciate the role Jimma University has played in helping, healthcare delivery. And I'm aware also of Jimma University's initiative in training biomedical engineers, which have been very helpful in, maintaining all those equipment. But from your presentation, it is quite disturbing that the university's role in, helping healthcare system is quite low. And I just wanted to know if you have any answer for that. What is the reason? Is it because of lack of policies and fora that brings them together, or because of lack of willingness from either of the parties, either the universities or the government leaders, or because of lack of capacity from the university side to be utilized by policymakers? Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I promise if we have excess time, I'll get back to you. Right now, we have 20 minutes left, 19 to be specific. So I'll give the first opportunity to the only lady we have here, because she also got a number of questions. So I'll probably give you a maximum of 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I liked the reflections. Let me say a few things about. Innovation is about machines. It has to be also acknowledging indigenous knowledge we already have. A very good point from Professor Zole. The other question illegally asked was about no, I would like to reflect illegally. So beyond technical support, what universities could contribute, I think it's a very relevant question. We have to advocate for policy change, and policymakers should work close with universities. So pointing out why universities are not playing the roles they are supposed to has to be dealt with in depth. So this by itself requires a systematic approach, so we might research it. The headhunting and looking for interested professionals elsewhere to collaborate in the area of research innovation is also a very interesting point. So personally, I'm very much interested, and we will call for interested researchers out of academia so that they work with universities, and it's a very important point. Dr. Godana's question, why are we not really playing the role we are supposed to be? What is really the gap? As to me, we recently started talking about innovation, research, technology transfer, not even more than 5-10 years. In previous years, most of the activity in the universities were graduating students for employment. So as we have said earlier, our education system and policy does not really emphasize on creativity and coming up with something new, rather repeating what is already documented. As you know, things are put on textbooks after maybe several years, not immediately. So when we teach from textbook, we are really talking about something old. So we have to improve the way we look at things and update information. As you know, science is evolving. Something we know today changes tomorrow. You know about coffee. The coffee is bad for health. Next day it is good for health. and it changes day and day out. So many other facts are changing with time. So it's something to do with the policy as well, preparedness of the universities, the leadership. So there are so many things to be explored and addressed. I may not answer all of the questions, and I may not even understand most of them. But we have to deal with it systematically and address it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. You have actually answered a lot of questions, including the illegal question. The next speaker respondent would be Dr. Abdul Qadir. You have a couple of questions, and then I'll add one more. Okay. And you suspect it's challenging. Why on earth do you have to go through the auction, the bidding process every year when you know drug manufacturers and suppliers globally are well known, including the cost-effective ones? Why are you not sending them the list of drugs that you need for next year? Because you already know from consumption your previous years. Why do you have to go through all the bureaucratic processes, especially when you can negotiate for lowest price for 120 million people? Why on earth are you doing that every year, sir?
Thank you. Thank you, the audience, for the suggestion as well as the question. I think let's start with the last question, your question, about the why on earth you start to have bidding while you know the already suppliers. There is different reason for this. One is we need a price for the bidding, because bidding is two goals. One is to know exactly the pre-qualified supplier. Sometimes pre-qualified supplier is already known by the village or known by the nation. In such scenarios, we use the 3 years, 4 years framework agreement that already this pre-qualification is known. So we don't have any repeated bidding every year, and we use framework agreement. But in general, price advantage is one of the issues with bidding. So because the institution is to supply affordable medicine to the community. So the drug that we have been supplying, is it affordable or not? So it has to pass through those bidding process. Affordability has to be ensured, because otherwise the market is challenging. The market is challenging. People have to do whatever they can with the supplier, since the global challenge is high. The other, but there is a perception that everybody says we always use the bidding process every year, but we don't. We use for specific items, for bulk items, for items that need to be bidding. Otherwise, we use a different method of bidding to shorten the time of procurement lead time, especially the time of the bidding as well. But the question is that the time of the bidding is very long? No. Because the international bidding takes like 35 days. Evaluation is take maximum of 15 days. It's more not than 15 days. But the time of the production, which takes 3 months, as most of the supplier, the time of shipment, which takes maximum of 65 days, it takes a lot. So that's why I says local sourcing is very important. So it decreases the shipment times, it decreases the production time here in the country. So local sourcing is more beneficial to decrease the procurement lead time, which affects the question that has been asked by my friend about stock out and so on, even the wastage. Because since we don't produce most of it here, we have to bulkily procure based on the data that facility centers on forecasting, on HIV, malaria, and so on. So we have to procure based on that, and based on that we store and distribute. I think this is it. So the product to the center, yes, there is a lot of activity that has been done with custom, FDA, and so on to be at the central level, but it's not only for that. There is different method of storing the commodities. We may cross-dock directly to the branch. Most of the bulk items cross-dock directly, even to the facility, But it needs regulatory activity because it needs testing time. It needs an activity that has to be done by custom, FDA, and so on. So it has to be stored not only as a center. Some of the hubs we have to be checked by regulatory activity. And the stockout wastage, this is a famous question, everywhere, stockout and wastage. In supply chain, this is a famous question because it's not only to our organization, it's all are across the supply chain. Across the supply chain, not only pharmaceutical, across the supply chain of any commodity. Well, why is stockout? Why is wastage? It has a lot of reason to say that, but in our case, supply and demand is a very important one. The demand in this country is increasing, highly increasing, because of the community-based insurance, because of expansion of money of specialty, health sector, and health facility, and so on. So the demand is shooting. What will be the supply side? Still the supply side as a challenge. Different reason. Global supply disruption. Local sourcing is international sourcing. You know, one thing I want to tell you is, in our local sourcing, there is a lot of changes because it needs its own session why it's challenge. But to tell you why international is challenge, one of the assessments that has been done is 40% of supplier is not registered in this country. It's very few one that has been registered through this. And even getting the international suppliers is challenging by itself. When you come to cancer, oncology, it's very few suppliers. Very few suppliers. When you go to dialysis, kidney transplant, probably it may be 1, 2. So you have to deal with these people. The challenge that globally they have, the economic of scale of those is some challenging. Second is financing. Financing is affecting the supply side. I know most of the hospital here, how much debt that you have, year by year. They know it because that cash flow come back again to buy the commodity and back again to health facility. That financing system is a challenging. And thirdly, forecasting problem. As I say, 60% is only accurate. Even this needs some research. But 40% still unheard. How much data we have been used at health facility level. So it comes back again to procurement. So it leads to two things, either wastage or stockout at this level. So we have to use technology in forecasting accuracy 100%. What are we really doing to shift this? We just launched committed demand. Committed demand means the facility has to be committed and then they work on the data and finally agree with the budget that they have and finally get exactly what commodities they request. So in that case, there may be decreased wastage, decreased stockout at most of the level, and also the technology currently we are using. So supply and demand as multiple factors, but associated with that, yeah, technology will help, but technology doesn't only, it's a tools. Because one of the researchers in ERP showed that 69% is depend on the people, 30% depend on the process. It's only 80% that technology will help you. So more people and the process is matters than the tools that we have. So this is, thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish I could give you more time. Let me go to His Excellency Dr. Ayala. There are a couple of things that I would like you to reflect from the questions. One of them is the issue of donor dependency of our digital system. And what does it take to really fully digitize with our own money and with our own resources, human resources and money. And the issue of patient information system ethics, maybe you can also reflect on that. If we have time, I'll give you 1 minute, Dr. Asnaqa, to reflect on digitized data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for your reflections. I think let me start from the donor dependency. As to the donor dependency, I think I can say 30 to 40% of the challenges are somewhat external, might be beyond our scope. The interests of different players will come in. Just leaving that, if you just focus on the rest of the the rooms that we can play, most of the problems comes from our own side. Whatever design, whatever interest comes in, would have a chance, to interfere and make sure that most of the interventions or whatever can be pushed to the beneficiary side, I believe. So if we come to innovation, for example, innovation is not something that we expect from donor. Let alone that is not something that we expect from high caliber people. Innovation is something that we all have to exercise. At the ground level, we are the one who face our problems in our day-to-day activities. So innovation is just a new idea. Innovation is something that or if we increase the scale somewhat, is an applied research. So if you see the culture of research we have in our universities, in our sector, all the investments are just going for conventional things, rather than just focusing on applications of our knowledge and everything to solve our day-to-day activities. So I believe we have to think innovation as a simple thing, leave it, and start with what you have than aspiring technologies or machines or whatever. It's just system design, redesign. Most of our problems can be tackled with this issue. So I still stress that we are not using our capacity to solve problems on the ground. Coming to our learning facilities, universities, I expect them to be models first, showing the right, and then that would have been a good source for graduating students, to bring it down into the community level. But the problem starts from the bigger institutions, so that's what I say. So the donor dependency, I think, for example, somebody raised it already. If you take digitization, it's already a political agenda now. There is no time more than this that we will get this opportunity. The government is now investing on digital infrastructures, starting from the national down to there. But still there are gaps in terms of accepting and thinking differently from the existing assumptions and approach we have. That's where the donors are playing. So it's up to us to guide the resource coming to the right direction within our scope. I know there are challenges, but within our scope, there is lots of rooms that we can play our role, starting from the ministry actually. So sometimes we are doing the same thing again and again, but expecting different results. So we are doing the same type of training, same workshop, the same type of methods, but expecting different results. That's the major problem. So I would expect, our sectors and institutions play the same thing. As to the, I think the ethics, in general, we do have data use policy. We have already. So as to the sharing policy and everything we have, in general, not only for electronic, it's both for electronic and non-electronic data, healthcare data that we have. So the gap is just implementing. Of course, always is from problems that we are learning, but it's as a latecomer advantage. We have to learn what the others face already with digital health even. So now, as it was mentioned in the last presentation, the digital health e-health architecture, the governance system, and everything is already designed. The bottleneck is, as you know, is resource. It's a resource because the infrastructure needs high investment. Otherwise, step by step, starting from the bigger institutions in the big towns, we are going to go down to other facilities. So I hope in the next 3-5 years, we'll have a better digital infrastructure and digitized systems than the previous years. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asnaqa. 1 minute max. So is your data ready for sharing with universities?
Thank you so much for questioning this one. Our data is accessible. I put a web link that is ephi.gov.et. It's ndmc or ndmc.ephi.gov.et. About sharing, we are sharing data generated by EPHI. We are storing data from different sources, from NGOs, from universities, from private sectors, but we are putting all the data that is already available there. But we don't have a third-party sharing agreement up to now. We are sharing the data that's already generated by EPHI. It is online request. You can do it within 1 minute of the online process. We are facilitating even the response. We are sending a link and a password for sharing. Even now, currently, we are doing data inventory throughout the universities, not only students, not including the students generated, but research data generated from the university. We are have now around 1,500, above 1,500 data. We are in our inventory lists, and through time we will capture all of the data, at least to show where is the data. Even it shows the owner if it is we are getting the data from like private sector or from NGO. When you are seeing the metadata, it's finally it says this data is from the source is this one. But if it's PHI, it's shareable and it is easy, it is online accessible. One thing I want to add is on ethics data sharing. It is last year, Ministry of Health have a data sharing guideline. Previously there was no national data sharing guideline. Ministry of Health, with collaboration with EPHI, they produced a data sharing guideline. One thing is left is the implementing strategies. We are trying to collaborate and to produce the implementing strategies, but there is a national data sharing guideline at national level. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We have come to the conclusion. Dr. Janam, you focused on action, so that's why I didn't direct any question to you. I would like to thank the panelists, and should I have your big applause for all of them? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
እናመሰግናለን። ወደ ምሳ ነው የምንሄደው። ይሄንን ኩፖን የያዛችሁት